Recording in progress. Dear participants, we continue our work. Today is our second day of deliberations, and I'm glad to invite to take the floor Roxolana Smizinska, Specialist of Development and Fundraising Department, Best Practices from Ivan Franko National University of Rivne. Please.
The structure of my presentation will be as follows. So let's start with creative working zone. So our creative zone was opened in 1st of September in 2022. part of Marketing and Development Center. Its main goal is to provide students with a comfortable space to work, study, and communication. Open space has become ideal place to study and attend online classes with uninterrupted internet access, because main beauty of our university is in the line of the city-critical infrastructure, so we have energy voltage. All visitors can borrow different equipment like laptops, projectors, screens, so they can make individual and teamwork. And of course, students can book rooms for events. Traditional events include meeting with potential employers during the career talk events, of course, language clubs, and film screening organized by students' governments. So our space not only place to work, but platform for career development, international communication, and students' invitation. So the next slide is about our roadmap. Our roadmap created in two formats, in PDF and as a web page. The PDF format is designed to open in A4 format, full screen view for convenient review and quick access to the needed information. We have also added many useful links to internal university document and external resources that help international students fully obtain the necessary information. It's a QR code to a web page of our roadmap. The web page format contains the same design and categorized as the PDF. The information presented covers all the essential aspects, such as the list of required documents for arrival and admission, visa issues, and registration for temporary residence permit. A separate section is dedicated to the process, the guiding system, and obtaining students' card. Additionally, it includes a QR code with links to an interactive map showing the location of the university building. The roadmap also provides information about dormitory living conditions, the university technical infrastructure, the healthcare system, emergency services, the city transport system, and the main mobile operators. Go to our website updates and social medias. Start with project website creation. The first step in implementing our project was creating a dedicated website. On the site, we posted all the necessary detailed information about the project, goals, objectives, and progress. It also included all project outcomes and information about the meeting. It allows easy access to important information for students and the staff of the university. The next is university website. Our university website was updated to improve usability and adapt to the needs of our international audience. We have carried out of a significant update of the university website. The main elements have been translated into English and German. This approach allows a broader range of visitors to navigate the website without language barriers. It is a key step toward our global integration. our users, such as students who study in university, of course, the staff and international partners or international students who come to our university. The update includes the latest international program, exchange and collaboration information. In the future, we plan to take another step by transformation to modern design, but it's our next slide. We have read the university LinkedIn page, which is an important platform for engaging with our international community, including potential students, staff, and partners. They focus on the international audience, with most posts being in English. This rival aims to keep our global community informed about the latest news, events, and achievements to the university. And our websites, update websites of the department. In summer 2024, we began updating the department websites to meet modern demands and improve usability. The first we launched in test mode was the Marketing and Development Center website, which serves as a pilot project for creating a universal template. This template addresses the key requirements of a modern website: ease of use, fast loading, and adherence to care standards. And to conclude, it's our apps, Unishat. Unishat apps is designed for students and staff, providing an easy way to view shuttles and access popular university online services. It also allows offline use, and you can access Moodle, social networks of university, and corporate email to and read the latest university news generated from the main website of the university. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I have a small question about LinkedIn. You mentioned one pair of university page on LinkedIn, but if I'm correct, LinkedIn doesn't have a technical possibility to make official recognition of the university. So like in Facebook, when you can create a page of the university, officially registered to make some information about official information of university. It's the page connecting the official name of the university and the page to Facebook. But if I'm correct, recognition in LinkedIn is impossible, so you can create only personal pages. Technically, how you create LinkedIn and how you administrate it.
It's personal pages. So our center have it's a personal page.
But it is named to give university. We did the same. So we have the personal page, but we just want to go to university name, role, surname, university. Like
Yeah.
More questions? No, thanks. Thank you very much. And our next speaker is Maxim Kunitsyn, Deputy Dean, Odessa Polytechnic National University, Social Cultural Orientation Program and its post-project development in OPNU.
Good morning, everyone. presentation, but I'm Maxim Vincent. I'm from the Dresden National Polytechnic University. And I want to present to you our social cultural program, adaptation program, and its post-project development within our university, and how this project is influenced on our programs that we had in our university. Our university has been welcoming international students since 1958 with a rich history of supporting them through the cultural and educational adaptation. Our social cultural adaptation program has always focused on more than just teaching Ukrainian language. Because the strategic goal of teaching any foreign language is to overcome difficulties in intercultural communication, perception and understanding of another culture, recognition of cultural identity, and acquaintance with the values of another culture without compromising one of their own. We aimed to build the bridges between cultures. The key was to help students.
The key was to help students not just understand, but communicate across cultures. The implementation of the social cultural adaptation program allowed us, the first one, to improve the quality of the educational process. The second is to develop additional mechanism of regulating and solving problems related to the adaptation of international students, and of course create conditions for gaining experience in intercultural communication. The project helped us refine this approach, integrating new resources and practices to improve the educational and adaptational process for international students. Since 1998, we've developed this program focusing on helping students adapt to new cultural and educational environment. In 2015, we expanded the program to include flexible learning shadows, surveys on student satisfaction, and in 2023, we integrated new electronic materials developed through the project, strengthening our approach. Implementing social cultural adaptation program was never a one-size-fits-all process. We moved from a broad institution-wide approach to a more targeted group-based model which allowed us to tailor activities to each student's adaptation level. For many years of stable and simultaneous formation of groups and the shadow of educational process, the implementation of this program had a phased, consistent implementation, which clearly defined deadlines and shadows for each event during the academic year. We've clearly defined deadlines and shadows for each event during the academic year. This allowed for mass events to be held from start to finish. However, the practice of forming study groups during the first semester showed that it becomes very difficult and ineffective to create unified approaches to the participation of students of different terms of enrollment. Therefore, it was proposed to transfer to the sequential implementation of activities from the scale of the institute to the level of the group, to identify the main areas and to involve a certain contingent in activities with certain specifics. Through the project, we received valuable insights from our partners, helping us define the strategies further, making the program more adaptive to the students' needs and more effective in the delivery. Those four main areas were identified with a corresponding goal for each, and all activities were were implemented based on the diversity of students' level of adaptation at its practical stage. Thus, by the end of the academic year, all areas were implemented for all students, regardless of the terms of admission and training. The adaptation of international students at different levels of higher education has its own specifics. So, key points were identified for each level. From pre-university preparation, we lay the foundation for student success. Language training and cultural immersion activities prepare students to achieve academically and socially in career. It was taken into account whether a certain contingent had undergone adaptation at the previous stage or whether the person was facing the realities of the educational process and everyday life for the first time. For example, on this slide you can find our plan of adaptation of international students, and I highlighted a few points that will be repeated on the next stage and is different from the pre-university. For example, in the bold font, it's different from the next stage from bachelor level. For those who studied at our preparatory faculty at the bachelor level, we focus on integrating students into their academic disciplines while continuing to offer support through language and cultural programs to ensure they are comfortable both inside and outside the classrooms. For this, applicants who have entered the university for the first time, the list of activities is very similar to the previous one from the pre-university stage. For master's and PhD students, our approach becomes even more personalized. The project helped us develop targeted support based on students' previous experience and current challenges, helping them succeed academically and professionally. Here is a snapshot of our typical annual social cultural action plan for the year. As a rule, it is a starting point for particular year of study. Such a plan is adjusted to define specific deadlines, organizers and those in charge. The technology of each event taking into account a certain contingent of international students who join it. If a certain part of contingent wasn't ready to actively participate in this event, they were transformed to the status of observers, or the event was organized in several stages and deadlines. I understand you cannot read all this plan, but shortly I'll explain each main point of this plan. So let's go to every main stage of this annual scout plan. From formal events such as orientation sessions, introduction to campus life, and administrative processes help students get acquainted with the university and the support systems in place. These are crucial for student expectations and making students feel welcome. This is a formal mandatory part that allows students to join the full educational process and full informed students about any aspects. The university offers regular tours for international students to help them get acquainted with the campus and its facilities. These tours include visits to key academic buildings, libraries, labs, recreation areas, and administrative offices. Here's a table which outlines the frequency of the tours and the departments involved, while the accompanying photos showcases students participating in these activities and finding the welcoming atmosphere of our university. Of course, excursions to the prominent cities of like Odessa, this region, and other regions were social, cultural, and educational. It was always in demand by students. As a rule, these were mass events with the participation of both preparatory students and senior students, who played the role of interpreters and complemented the leads with the personal impressions. Guided tours in Odessa are an important part of helping students become familiar with the city. It not only introduces them to Ukrainian culture, but also gives them practical knowledge about living here, such as navigating public transportation and understanding local customs. We take students on cultural immersion tours to historical cities in Ukraine. These experiences offer a deeper understanding of country's rich history and traditions. For example, on this slide you can see the excursion to the Belvedere, for 11th century, Shabo, etc. Very cultural places in our region, this region, and other regions in Ukraine. As a part of cultural immersion, international students are introduced to the historic Nirvaiska catacombs, which hold significant historical and cultural value. These catacombs offer students a glimpse into the local heritage, fostering a deeper connection with the region. The photos on this slide capture the excitement and curiosity of students exploring the unique places, unique landmarks. Of course, in the fall for the early formation groups and in the spring for the late formation groups, trips to the other regions like Mykolaiv or Uman and Sofia Park were always organized for international students. Of course, in these trips, senior students often serve as interpreters during these tours, which adds a peer-to-peer element, allowing new students to feel more comfortable and engaged. Celebrating the new year together is usually the first common event for all students of the preparatory faculty. The focus was on introducing the Ukrainian culture of celebrating and presenting the national characteristics of countries from which the students came. There were many performances in students' native language with presentations and speeches. The next significant event was the open graduation ceremony. The students performed only in the language of study and demonstrated the achievements gained during the entry period of study. In some years, the performance reached the university-wide level, when the preparatory students impressed both foreign and Ukrainian undergraduates with their talents, professionalism, sincerity, and emotionality. As a rule, after such performances, the artists had no further problems with being included in academic groups with Ukrainian students because they were already well-known stars in our university. Competitions and performances allow students to express themselves, showcase their talents, and build friendships across different cultural backgrounds. Of course, career guidance is an essential aspect of the support provided to international students. The university offers a range of services to assist students in aligning their academic pursuits with future career paths. This table highlights the various career counseling sessions, workshops, and internship available helping students make informed decisions about their professional journeys. It is important to note that a significant number of students at the faculty, for example, pharmacy, study in medical, pharmaceutical, law, etc. Fields, so it's very important for us to also to be graduates and choose another university and region of study and admission procedures. In addition, we invite representatives of interested partner university to present specialties that are not available in our university. The university engaged in several advertising and promotional activities to promote its programs and attract international students. This table provides an overview of key initiatives such as digital marketing campaigns, social media outreach, and partnerships with international educational platforms. The screenshot shows an example of one such campaign highlighted through reach and impact. Also, we have some our social media that is very actively developed and have some content on them very actively. This slide presents the comprehensive informational and educational environment created for international students within the educational program. The logical diagram illustrates the organizational and scientifically based components involved in disseminating information about the university web services. These services ensure that students have access to vital academic, administrative, and social resources, facilitating a smooth integration into university life. Of course, the university provides comfortable and affordable dormitories, accommodations for international students, and informational stands are placed strategically through the campus to provide students with easy access to important information regarding academic shelters, events, and resources. We also facilitate volunteer activities such as working with the local charity organizations. This helps students engage with the local community and build a sense of belonging beyond the university. For example, on the right slide, you can see our students here, Ivan, which is a very important person for the charity organizations. And for example, you can see our two students, Turan, who is with the children of the foundation visiting this charity organization. On this point, I want to mention one interesting scheme. Maybe you can recognize this scheme. Very interesting, and who can answer why this scheme does after the working our students with the charity organization. Maybe you recognize it's.
Who wants to get them on the
Yes, thank you very much. Of course, we are trying to help students to reach this social capacity, to feel emotionally, to express their emotional. So, for example, if we come back to the charity organizations, for students it was very emotional places, very emotional organization events, so they can reach these new emotions that they didn't have in various countries. One of the key success has been how international students contribute to local cultural events. This exchange has become a highlight in fostering mutual understanding and enriching the cultural landscape of our university. For example, these meetings with Berezovsky VTU for students was very exciting and very emotional again, because it's very surprised them in the beginning of the day they didn't want to go to this VTU, but after the day they didn't want to go back to university, to our Odessa, so they want to continue some events, some work with local students, local cultural development, and etc. Of course, we have some sport competitions that are another avenue for students to bond. Whether it's football, basketball, or other sports, these friendly competitions allow students to form connections beyond the language barriers. And again, at this point, I want to mention again this scheme. It's friendly captured from our friend. So we have another axis here, is a physical quotient that is already working in our university. Of course, we didn't know about the scheme. Of course, we didn't think so wide like it was by Jan. But when we saw this scheme, when we recognized some important parts, important ways in our social cultural education program, so we were impressed about this scheme and our social cultural education program. As you can see, our university places great emphasis on the cultural and social integration of international students. Through the academic year, we organize various events that foster connections between students from different countries and help them adapt to the local environment. These activities include cultural festivals, city tours, and workshops that introduce international students to Ukraine, transition, and history. Participation in such events encourages cross-cultural dialogue and enriches the students' experience. Through these integration events, we aim to create a supportive and inclusive community where international students feel welcome and valued. Our programs are designed to enhance their academic, social, and personal development by providing opportunities to engage with local students. Sense of belonging and collaboration that develops through these shared experiences suggests the global outlook of all our students, preparing them for future in a diverse and interconnected world. And of course, let's talk about a little bit about post-project development. This social cultural program, what it has improvements, and the first, thanks to the project, we conducted a comprehensive analysis of our internal processes and adapted them. This modernization helps to easier for students to navigate the administrative side of their studies. And, for example, we created a roadmap for our students in the digital format on the website and in printed format that they can use if they need it. Of course, the roadmap has been developed and uploaded to the website as an essay, and the printed format again prepared. We have a QR code if you need to check our roadmap that created for our students. The future support international students updated information materials have been developed and printed. These materials available both in print and digital formats provide comprehensive guidance on university services, academic programs, and cultural integration. The photos showcase these materials illustrating their professional design and practical value for students. Initially, we had another local studies course, for example, on the right book, which has part of the adaptation program and published twice as a textbook. Under the INTERADIS project, this course was reworked to develop a generalized version for teaching across all educational levels, pre-university, bachelor's, master's, and PhD levels. A section of the generalized course was agreed upon with the project coordinators and shared with the INTERADIS participants. Two updated courses integrated INCA preparatory faculty programs or offered as an elective or during crucial hours for international students at all levels. Curricular adaptation has been a major focus in the post-project our project development. We have worked closely with our partners to revise and enhance our programs, ensuring they meet the needs of our international students. Following the recommendation of the Directorate of Vocational for Higher and Higher Education, all bachelor's and master's degree programs have been adapted for international students. Each adapted program now includes studies Ukrainian language as a foreign language following the prescribed volume and a course of the history of Ukraine and Ukrainian culture. By integrating Ukrainian language, history and culture into the curricula, we provide students with the tools they need to succeed academically and socially in Ukraine. This slide details the modification to the curricula for bachelor's, master's and PhD degree programs. It highlights the inclusion of a semester exam in Ukrainian language in the 6th semester, for example, in the bachelor's degree program. An attestation exam in Ukrainian as a foreign language aligned with standardized requirements for professions level A1, C2 with subsequent certificate insurance upon successful completion. And of course, short conclusions and further development. The social cultural adaptation program has evolved significantly through the years. Bolstered by the valuable contributions of the INTERADIS project, our efforts have improved the integration of international students into the academic and social life of our university. The enhanced adaptation course, modernized curricula, and a wide range of cultural activities have all contributed to creating a more inclusive, supportive, and dynamic environment. We are proud of the progress we have made and the positive impact on students' life. Of course, if we talk about future development, we have some plans to continue to expand and improve the program results, and for example, we have some ideas like developing a digital platform for learning cultural exchanges, developing partnerships with universities, improving mentoring program, improving online resources and interpretation, conducting research on the long-term impact, and also we have many ideas how to develop in future our program, results of this program. And thank you very much for your attention, for your input and questions.
Thank you very much. Please, questions.
I have two questions. First of all, can you please tell me who is the bearing responsibility on guided tours for your international students? It is the international office, it is the students. So who are the accompanying students when they are going to Uman, for example? The first question and the second question, they are connected. Are there paid excursions at your university or is it free of charge for the students? Just to get to know. Thank you.
Answer to the first questions. If this is a local excursions like in the city or in the university, there is responsibilities, of course, on our institute. We, as a head of organizations or excursions, we organize the plan, ideas, etc. But just in some excursions, this particular excursions, responsibility on the teachers who is head group of these students. So each can be formed group and connect with the specific lecturer, teacher. They have firstly they have excursion, welcoming excursion to the university. The next step was Odessa tour. But if we go to the more wide or more, for example, for the woman, so we have another teachers and other organizations. For example, very often I go to the students to these cities, like to help them organize, to help some translation or other questions which can be.
So it's not the students, it's staff?
It's staff, yes. It's on different levels of staff. For the second questions, unfortunately, university cannot pay for these excursions. Mostly these excursions for the students, they pay this excursion. But if we have some possibilities, of course, we create some excursions, events, workshops for students by free, if we have these possibilities.
Thank you.
we have picture. Oh, I see some international guests still with us. So, in English. One of the results of INTERADIS project is publication of best practices of best experience of partner universities, like collected during the 4 years, elaborated in the framework of INTERADIS project, and finally published as the result. So, why we did it? For sure, first of all, we did it because it's written in our plan. We have money for this, we have to report about this, that's why we did it. It's written that Ukrainian higher educational institutions adopting the valuable experience of their partners from the Netherlands, Italy, Lithuania and Germany have developed and implemented a number of measures to integrate the international students into Ukrainian and European space through cultural, ethics, social and academic values. Each university had the draft template, what question we should answer. Each university, for Krok University, Yuri Kovich, Chernivtsi National University, Karazin National University, Rivne, Mariupol, Odessa, Ivan Franko, Lviv National University, and Sumy National Agrarian University. We described what we did during the project, and we described the following issues. So first of all, each university have developed the roadmap for international students to their integration. In this publication, it's described a little bit by each university, and then we have pictures, we have links. All parties who are interested in can use it in future. We describe the organization and exploitation of co-working zone. So because of project financing, we have an equipment, and our students, international students, can use co-working zone for education, for leisure, maybe for communication, for networking, and all sorts. We have modernized administrative procedures. Each university has its own unique experience in this sphere, so each university has presented its result. We have modernized university infrastructure. Some universities did a lot, did a really great job. Some universities were prepared before the project already. So also recommendations what should be done for international students are valuable, will be valuable for other partners. I can say about Krok University, now international students can feel they are more comfortable at university because in each step they have signs, they have informational boards in Ukrainian as well as in English language. They have menu in cafeteria in Ukrainian as well as in English language. It's also because of, I can say it's a result of this project. So what we will do with this publication? First of all, Galina proposed a very good idea, and I will announce it now, and I want to involve you to help us. And then this collection will be useful, we think, will be useful for higher educational institutions, for institutions of professional pre-higher education, and structural units, for Ministry of Education and Science of Ukraine, for Ukrainian State Center of International Education. Everyone who is working with international students in Ukraine can use our, let's say, developments and can try to implement our achievements at their universities. I hope our international partners, we have publication in Ukrainian language and we have publication in English language. I hope our international partners will also benefit from this publication because it was a pleasure for me during the project period. I found that so what is Erasmus Reaction to Capacity Building? European partners teach partner countries how to behave, what to do. They share their experience and we learn from them. In this project, I can say that Ukrainian universities teach also German, Lithuanian, Italian, and Netherlands Business Academy teach and share our best practices, and they were interested in what we are doing, how we are doing this, and I'm sure they also learned something from us. So it was exchange of experience. That's why this publication also will be presented in the next meeting in Dordrecht, and our international partners will have these results and can implement that results in their area. And now I want to invite one representative from each Ukrainian university, and maybe a contact person, maybe someone who did the more during the project. And we want to have like to write some wishes, some maybe not ideas, I think wishes, at 8 publications in Ukrainian languages, and then each university will have one publication with the wishes from the all universities. And all together we will write something to our international partners, or maybe not. So just in Ukrainian. So please, one representative from each university come here. We have 8 chairs, we have 8 books. You need a pen, please take a pen with you. And during 10 minutes, please write something to your colleagues. So, in each book, you will find for whom this book. So, this is book for Ukrainian State Center of International Education. Please write here some wishes to Ukrainian State Center.
But remember that you need to work with them.
Yeah. So, this is book for Rivne University. So, write some wishes to them. Please, you're welcome. Yeah, take in the bags you have the pen, so take the pen. Just sit down and then take book by book and write wishes to the university. Там ми зараз вже все роздамо і все.
Я їх ще не відомо, що Маріуполь.
Головне, ми не там.
Я
Я
Шановні колеги, отримали новину від Єврокомісії. Погоджено нашу зустріч до Трехтів. Від українських університетів погоджено до 4 осіб на участь. Від УЦМО 2 особи погоджено. Узгоджений період 28 жовтня-1 листопада плюс travel days. Вітаю!
Dear participants, we finishing signing our books and we have a coffee break until 12 o'clock. Then we continue.
Якщо хтось хоче з партнерів там по одній особі підписували, якщо хтось хоче від себе щось написати, то підходьте, може включити. Таке книжки поки лежать, сторінки прохання не звертати. От, не хочемо не беремо, а трохи свою книжку не беремо.
До 12 у нас кофе брейк, 12 ми продовжуємо.
А презентація у вас є? Щас, Янушевський.
The coffee ready, and now starting our report. And I invite to take the floor Dmitro Yanushevsky, Director of Investment Real Agency, with presentation Prospects for the Investment Development of the Rivne Region, Industrial Park. Please.
І скажіть, куди наводити, щоб воно пере... А, ви будете?
Hi everyone. I'm pleased to be here. And so far as I understand, we'll be making this presentation in English. Yes? Everyone understands, so I will proceed. I'm here to present the industrial park from Rivne, which is located nearby the city of Rivne. This industrial park is like a classic industrial park, which is 100% equipped with all the necessary engineering and transport infrastructure, and which has its own specialization, or let's say niche. Mainly the focus of the industrial park is woodworking and furniture industry. Basically, this is due to the fact that industrial park already has its anchor investor, which is Rivne company. This is the company that produces wood-based panels, and the products of which, in their turn, are the raw material for those industries that fall in the chain of processing of wood. So, namely, furniture industries, furniture manufacturers, and manufacturers of furniture components, and also. Okay, it's better. Mainly potential residents will be furniture manufacturers and manufacturers manufacturers of building structures from OSB. So talking about this industrial park, we are speaking about like a vertically integrated woodworking and furniture cluster with a strong logistics and innovative components. The territory of industrial park comprises 85 hectares, and this is a privately owned land. The park has been officially incorporated within the register of industrial parks of Ukraine in July 2021, which means that the residents of the park are entitled to legal incentives, which I will further disclose during the presentation. So, in 2019, when the investor purchased a land plot, it was brownfield, the territory of the former plant for tractor units, and the workshops and premises of this plant were present on the land plot. However, despite this fact, investor decided on the total dismantling of all the old workshops and decided on building industrial park from the scratch. Such decision was rather expensive at the start. However, in the long run, it proves to be very much justified both from financial and from functional points of view. Now, like just to understand the amount of investments in the dismantling works, just to ruin all the old premises and to make new foundations, was about 8 million euro. Subsequently, after that, about 47 million euro were invested into engineering and transport infrastructure of the park. So, this is the way the land plot looked like in 2019. This is already after all the workshops have been dismantled, and this is the way it looks in 2024. So you can see that the terms of constructions are quite high. Logistically, industrial park is located 3 kilometers away from the city of Rivne, which needs turn lights at the crossroads of international highways and river roads, connecting Europe with Asia and the Baltic Sea with the Black Sea countries. The nearest border crossing point with European Union, mainly Poland, is Ust-Lugosil, and the distance to it is about 150 kilometers. In terms of railway connection, 5 access railway tracks enter the territory of industrial park and connect it to the railway station of Bariv, which lies on the line Zdolguniv-Kovel, and afterwards reaches the border crossing point in Yevadin. Well, about airports, I think you know that the city of Rivne has its own international airport, which prior to the war was about to launch regular connections. Such companies as big passenger carriers and broadcast carriers were already about to launch regular flights. However, the war started and everything was stopped, and as you know, no airports are currently functioning in Ukraine. However, after the war, we hope that the works on Rivne airport will be revitalized. About sea ports, the closest seaport is Odessa. It is 750 kilometers away from the park, And also I have outlined the ports of Gdansk and Szczecin in Poland, because these ports are quite friendly to industrial park residents due to the fact that the Transpark company has its assets in these ports. And we can say that there will be favorable conditions for the residents that will be using the services of respective ports. Initiator of industrial park is the Kronos company, which is one of the largest woodworking companies, not just in Ukraine but globally. The company has 47 production facilities worldwide, mainly in the European Union and some of them in North America and Asia. About 1,800 people, 18,000 people are employed at the company's facilities around the world. So in Ukraine, the company has 3 sites. These would be production sites in the city of Novovolynsk, production site in the city of Rivne, which is located within the territory of industrial park, and logistics terminal in Kalinivka. As of today, the amount of investments that has been directed to Ukraine, or I think we have here a lot of old figures. As of today, the amount of investments would reach 950 million euro. And so this company and the project, it's like one of the biggest in the national landscape. About 800 people are already employed at the company's enterprises in Ukraine. So this is the first plant of the company, which was the construction of which, or renovation of which, started in 2004 in the city of Novovolynsk. This is the neighboring Volyn region. Over here, the company decided not to dismantle the old workshops, but just to do the reconstruction. So in Novovolynsk, the company is producing particle board and oriented strand board. The volume of investments in this project reached 392 million so far. Also, the company has in Kyiv region, company has a logistics hub. The construction of which started in 2021. It was a bit stopped due to the start of the war, but mainly this logistics hub, it has already been commenced in 2023, and it was mainly built during the ongoing war. So the hub is used in order for the company to be more convenient for its clients in central, eastern and southern Ukraine. The total amount of the project here was about 20 million euro. And coming back to the city of Rivne and industrial park, we can see that over here the company has already installed 2 production lines. They are quite big. Well, this premises is the particle board production line, and the one which will be over here is the oriented strand production line. The line of production of particle board has been put into operation in May 2023 during the war, and the line of production of OSB, which has the capacity of 1 million processing of wood per year, should be put into operation, is planned to be put into operation this year. So the total amount of investments in the premises and production
equipment in industrial park amounts to 400 million euro. And 129 million have been invested during the war, which proves that the company believes in Ukraine and our military. The infrastructure of industrial park. Over here we already have a connected capacity of 41 megawatt, which is quite high. I think that maybe the city of Rivne totally consumes something like 15 megawatts. So we have a connected capacity to the grid of 41 megawatt, and we have also our own generation of 10 megawatt. Last year, the cogeneration installations have been installed, and their capacity is 10 megawatt, which is sufficient for maintaining chromatograph production. Well, you can see the figures over here. I'll be not stopping in detail on them. What I can say that the capacity of infrastructure is sufficient in order to meet the requirements of Cronospan company, which is quite a big consumer of capacities, and they are sufficient to maintain about 5 like middle or bigger furniture producers. So the company is partner of the governmental project made in Ukraine, and basically the direction and the purpose of industrial park is to produce value added in Ukraine, not to export raw materials or some unfinished products like the boards, but to export finished products like furniture and create jobs and create jobs within Ukraine, jobs and taxes in our territory. So basically, industrial park has a managing company and an anchor investor. For residents of industrial park, managing company and investor provides access to all infrastructure as well as support in receipt of licenses and permits. Also, there is an option to make a ready-made premises. The managing company is ready to construct premises for the resident and afterwards to transfer them to rent. Also, there is a huge advantage for furniture producers, such as supply of the port. Basically, if you are not located within an industrial park like this, you will have to buy it and transport it, and it takes time and some expenses for transportation. And over here, it's not even a truck, but it is transported between your workshops, which saves much costs and much time on the raw materials. So, as I said, the potential residents that can come to whom Mark welcomes are furniture producers, manufacturers of building structures from oriented standboard, and also innovative and technological projects or startups in the furniture and woodworking industry. Basically, the commitments of residents are limited just to development of his own project, signing agreements with the management company, and installation of his equipment within the park, which is quite a viable approach for attracting investments to Ukraine during the time of the war. Because if we are speaking about foreign investors, no one wants to invest in some hard assets like premises, infrastructure, or purchasing land or something like that, and risks that are connected with the war. In the case of industrial park, you have ready-made premises, you have ready-made infrastructure, you just come, install your equipment, which will be insured by the foreign insurance companies, and there is a specific governmental program which provides for insurance of investments in Ukraine against the war risks. So basically, the risks of foreign investor when he comes to Ukraine during the wartime are limited to the risks on his staff, which will be mainly hired in Ukraine, and well, maybe to some risks related to inconveniences with further activities with the insurance company. Over here you can see the functional division of industrial park. Well, basically these sites that are in orange are the land plots that are designed for residents. The territory of each one of these land plots is about 20 hectares, so we can say that we have about 40 hectares of free land for potential residents of the park. All the other territory is employed by Kranspan itself, and also by the storage facilities. Advantages of the industrial park. So after adoption of legislation in 2021, Ukraine provided some legal incentives for the investments in the territory of our country. Specifically for industrial parks that are officially incorporated within the register of industrial parks of Ukraine, well, like this case. So the first one is that exemption from value-added tax and import duties on the equipment that is imported to Ukraine. Further, there is the land tax rate is lower than average because we already have agreement with the village council and they are ready to make a lower land tax when the resident comes. Afterwards, there is an exemption from corporate income tax for 10 years. Also, time and cost savings on logistics of the board, as I previously explained. Also, according to the governmental program, there is a possibility for reimbursement of electricity connection costs. And, well, one huge advantage, specifically during the wartime, is an uninterrupted power supply due to their own alternative energy sources. I will show you. These are the details of leasing and construction. The energy and ecological sustainability of the park is demonstrated here. You can see that, firstly, cogeneration installations. 10 megawatts of cogeneration installations has already been installed in the territory of the park, and we are producing about 10 megawatts transforming gas into electricity. In 2025, we plan additionally to install 15 megawatts. The project has already been designed, and so we can say that in 2025 it will be 25 megawatts of cogeneration electricity. Also for 2025, we plan to start a project on installation of the photovoltaic plant with a capacity of 5 megawatt. And afterwards, maybe in the late 2025, there is a plan to start with the wind power production plant, which will have total capacity of 15 megawatt. Sewage treatment facilities, this photo are already present, and this photo is taken from the territory of the park. The cost of such sewage treatment facilities was about like 300 million euro. It is considering the fact that basically water is not used in production cycle of the MK investor. So this is mainly for for the needs of the residents. And the value of the water treatment, I think this could be interesting as we are located in the university which deals with the water treatment and management. The total cost of the sewage treatment facilities was about 3 million euro. And I think this industrial park is one of a few that has such water treatment sewage facilities. Additional services for the residents of industrial park, they include business office and exhibition and co-working center. It has not been built yet, but we plan to build it. Parking for trucks is already present. Electric vehicle charging station and petrol station is present, and electric charging station is underway. Customs terminal is also already within the territory. Shelter for 500 people is present, but when residents will come, obviously there will be a need to construct another one. Food court and supermarket are in the plan for 2025-2026. Hotel, we have a small hotel which is sufficient for an anchor investor, but afterwards we will have to enlarge it. And technological incubator and training center for development of innovations and startups in the woodworking and furniture industry, which is also a plan, but this is a field where we specifically cooperate with the university. We started this cooperation recently, this summer, but we have big and prospective plans, and we think that we will create a good possibility for employment of students of the university and for their practice directly within the territory of industrial park and within the production of anchor investor and production of the residents of industrial park. So that would be all. If you have some questions, I'll be ready to answer.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I'd like to ask whether the war has affected your plans.
Not directly.
Thank you for the question. Not directly, the plans no, but if you remember at some slide I was showing you the locations of Kronospan in Ukraine. So the production facilities in Novovoronezh and Rivne, where the equipment is located, they have not been affected. However, the terminal in Kalinivka, nearby it, there is a military airport and oil and gas stations, and there were some direct missile attacks on these objects, so it's like explosions were something like 200-300 meters away from the logistics hub in Kalinivka. But despite this fact, it was finished and commenced in 2003.
Thank you very much. Maybe more questions?
I have a question, but
Please, Karen.
On these slides, we can see the cluster center and Novovoronezh green information cluster center. Tell us, please, how many FL will stay in Ukraine? Because why I'm asking, because a lot of our exports ideas about how we can reach more high level development in our export?
Thank you for the question. Well, basically, this cooperation and cluster is itself a way to create more added value, because as you see, Kronos Farm produces the board. This is its OSB. And after him comes producer of furniture that will make such a table, and he will employ, if Kronos Farm for its 2 production lines employs something like 400 people, the furniture producer will, like a middle furniture producer, will employ something like 600, 800 people that will be producing such furniture or maybe chairs, and due to this fact it is another level of processing of the board, and we export not the board but the ready-made furniture, which in times increases the added value. About export of, if we can say generally, before the war, the export of Ukrainian furniture in 2021, it amounted to $1 billion was the amount of Ukrainian export of furniture. In 2021, it was increased for 25%, which is quite high rate of increase for this branch. The export of furniture of Poland in 2021 amounts to $10 billion. And as the experts say, we have all the possibilities to reach the level of export of Poland, to be exported for something like in some 5-10 years perspective. We have all the prerequisites to increase the level of export to the figures of Poland, well, maybe in 10 years. But these are huge figures, because Ukraine is traditionally considered the agricultural country. But the amount of export of agricultural products is something like, before the war, is something like $11 billion. And the potential of this branch is $10 billion. So the possibility for producing high value added in this sector is really quite huge, and also over here we have advantages that basically the forest regions of Ukraine, they are in the west or in the north. So they were not affected by war, they are closer to the European Union, which is the main market. And the amount of investments is not so high in order to reach such high figures. And I can make an example for you of a Rivne region. When we attracted Kronos Farm company as an investor here, and it was known that they will be building their factory here in Rivne. Some 3 or 4 months after that, we have attracted another investor, which is Hjort & Knudsen company. This is a Danish producer of chairs, like a mechanical chairs. They are not these variants of chairs where you have the manual control, like these variants which are popular in the United States, chairs for lazy boys, they say. Lie on it, you can, it is changing it, and the price of one such chair is from 1,000 euro to 3,000 euro, depending on the chair and variations. However, the chair, the raw materials for the chair are, fabrics, obviously, which is imported mainly, but the other raw materials are particle board, and plywood, which are both produced in the Rivne region. Plywood is produced on the Odek plant nearby Rivne. 64% of whole Ukrainian plywood is produced over there, and particle board is produced at Kronospan nearby Rivne. And the reason why this company, Hjort Knudsen, why they came to Rivne region was the fact that Kronospan started construction of their factory here. The investment, the volume of the investment was about 11 million euro, but they were planning to employ something like 1,200 people. This is, I think, would be the best example of the value added that can be created.
Thank you. Thank you. And this is your question?
It was already answered.
Okay, maybe one more. Yes.
This is like very powerful manufacture. And could you please tell me how the students are somehow involved in this manufacture process? Maybe they helped their researchers based on some production examples, or do you have some practice like involving students, like observing or making some researches?
Thank you for the question. Actually, I was expecting this question. And yes, recently we started cooperation with the university, and maybe Natalia Borisovna can tell you more in detail about it, but we plan like this dual form of education where we plan to engage our specialists into some alteration or adaptation of educational programs that are being present in some colleges of the university, and we plan directly to start preparation of our future prospective staff from university. Also, we are highly interested in engaging IT specialists, and our plan is to make like a laboratory where they can work and study, and we plan even some possibilities for them to not only to visit our industrial parks, but to visit another sites of the company, not only in Ukraine, but in order for them to be well prepared for for those challenges and for operation on the modern equipment. So actually, we are at the starting point of this cooperation, but we are quite ambitious about it.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
President from universities.
Thank you. Thank you. You are welcome.
Thank you very much. And I'd like to invite to take the floor Tatiana Simchuk, Principal Officer of the Department for International Cooperation and European Integration at the Rivne Regional State Administration. With presentation, interaction of the university, business and government for comfortable adaptation and integration of foreign students. Please.
Thank you. You will turn the presentation correctly, right? You will turn the presentation on.
You have it. You have the link. And then you click.
Okay. Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear representatives of academia, I can see lots of students in here, probably some of the colleagues, well at least Mitra has been related to government as well. It's really a pleasure for me to be in front of you today and talk about this prospective important topic, which is not that relevant right now, about the collaboration between the universities, government and business in order to make the way of international students here in Ukraine quite comfortable. I do hope that at some point in the nearest future we will be at this moment where we will have international students and can actually practically work on making their stay here comfortable. So the first thing is just a few words about myself. You can see here on the slides that I'm not an expert in collaboration between universities and government. I'm mostly related to project management, and I'm an expert in evaluating projects, particularly in several cross-border programs that are open here in Ukraine. I'm also a mentor within the Initiative for Women, where they're changing their profession. And I do relate to the idea of studying abroad, because I have been studying abroad in many universities across the world. You can see some of them here on the slide. And therefore, while writing the slides here in the presentation, I was actually looking at my own experience and what I would like to see also here in Ukraine, because I can compare, and I do hope that at some point this ideal world will be also here. So, yes, I also like to travel. The first destination is Hawaii, where I also lived for about 2 months. So, generally, you can talk to me about many things, also including environmental issues, because I'm an eco-activist and a volunteer. Today, we're going to be talking, I will make a short introduction. I will talk about the principles of interaction as I see them, and the benefits of collaboration, and obviously the conclusion. Short information regarding the rules. I can see that you're all asking questions afterwards, but with me you don't have to do that. I am the trainer and lecturer of British kind, where I do enhance you, encourage you to interrupt me and ask any question that you have. You can raise your hand, or you can just start speaking, and I would love to go into discussion with you and just stop on the points that you believe are relevant for this or other principle. Okay? Does it sound good? Great. So, the short introduction. Well, obviously we do realize that international students play a vital role right now in any country. They bring so many things. Apart from the benefits for the economic development, generally we can also see the cross-cultural exchange that is going on. We can see that they bring lots of new ideas with them, that they also enhance the research and development that is going on in the university. So, just given the fact that we are right now standing at the point of globalization, which is really high, and the demanding market that is also expecting from businesses or governments to be, on top of the trends and go along with them and do something new constantly, this new blood, let's say so, it is also bringing a lot, with them. Despite the fact that they are so important, whenever coming to a foreign country, they also face lots of different challenges. And I think that probably with a full-scale invasion, lots of Ukrainians who are going abroad also faced some of the challenges. You come to a foreign country where everybody speaks a different language, where there are some different ideas about culture or politeness or just so many different things that you have to adapt to. And also, we can talk about being European, we are European, but at the same time, whenever we have got students coming from countries like India or African countries, they do have different skin color. And we are quite a mono-ethnic nation here in Ukraine. So even when people are trying to be polite and not just to stare at the person, we still can see it around on the streets whenever this person is going. We can see some kids asking questions, etc. Because it's just, due to the fact that we are so white here in Ukraine. And so this is also one of the challenges that students, whenever coming to Ukraine, are facing. And the universities, the business and government generally, in this play, no one can actually make a big difference if they are playing alone. It is not a one-way game, and the universities are generally, well, of course, they are the first midpoint where people are coming, and they are probably in the center of this interaction, but they cannot do it alone. So here we definitely do have three players that need to talk to each other, need to be in constant contact, and need to find a way to how to make this path really nice, effective, and comfortable. I have stopped at three principles generally that I see within the interaction, and they, well, as I know, it's a multiple way process, right? So no one can be alone with that. The first one would be shared responsibility and collaboration. The second, comprehensive support and flexibility. The third, cultural exchange and mutual understanding. And I do not think that anyone in this room needs to understand that interaction or communication requires listening and knowing the needs, and not just speaking, but also getting feedback and trying to improve what we are doing. The first principle, the shared responsibility and collaboration. Well, as I noted, universities are definitely the first point. So students are coming in here, and universities do need to provide academic and social support. There are so many things that they have to immediately do, and this can include also the language support. Maybe the certain lectures that are going on in English, French, or German, whatsoever. Also, the tutorship will generally, having a tutor that will help you to organize your curriculum, your schedule for the day, and what are your plans for this upcoming academic year, for instance. It is one of the important things. I can share one of the things that I faced, and it was interesting for me at the time, that in the American University, when I've been studying, I did get my personal tutor, and they were looking really hard at any of other things that I've been doing, going to, because I also had additional classes that I wanted to take. But they've been watching just generally on the main classes that within a major, within a minor, and also so that I do not study too much, because I wanted to get so many classes that they had to stop me. But in this regard, the tutor does make a difference. And universities can surely organize that. Universities also can work on networks and networking between the international students between themselves, and also enhancing other students, because right now, well, unfortunately, due to our, I will not use, the bad word, but the crazy neighbor, right now we are in a state of war, and right now international students do not, they're afraid of coming to Ukraine. But despite this fact, I'm sure that even if we had international students in here, we still would have Ukrainian students as well. And this is also one of the important things, that the universities make a push, a slight movement towards, between the local students and international students. Because sometimes, even when people are really open and friendly and they want to start talking, but they hesitate, sometimes they are afraid to make this first step. Well, at least I remember the times a few years ago, maybe about 6 or 7 years ago, when we did have international students in here, and I've seen one good example that I can share also regarding our university, the University of Water and Environmental Engineering, where they organized a cultural evening, and there were students, they'd been dancing, presenting some of their cuisine, and this is some of the top world practices, definitely, because I have participated myself in such things where I've been presenting Ukrainian bosh and talking about Ukraine when no one really understood where this Ukraine was. And yes, I did have the moment when one person in the United States of America quite a long time ago asked me, Ukraine, is it in Africa? And I said, do I look like an African? But right now, obviously, everyone knows where is Ukraine, but sometimes, well, you still have to present your country because lots of people do not know this small cultural things or the dishes, etc. And this was a great example how universities can make their part of the collaboration. Businesses, on the other hand, because universities sometimes are lacking money, well, unfortunately, in our country, sometimes they cannot arrange everything. And businesses, it's really actually sorry that control has left, but one of the questions that has been raised before my presentation was, I also think, really important. I would even say essential, because they need to provide internships. They need to talk about their needs to the university so that everybody knows and stays on one page where they are moving. And whenever you have this internship, I do believe that it should be paid as well. Because particularly for international students, but also for local students, it is one of the things that is generally important, having money in your pocket. And businesses can arrange internships, they can provide mentorship, where they can also talk about the practicalities of different things in this profession that the person would later on definitely face. So that we do not have this crazy situation like a long time ago when they would say, you started in the university, now you came here to work, forget everything that you've learned there. No, it is not the way it should be. We are all moving towards practical things. And also all the job opportunities as the final part of that. Government, on our side, definitely needs to provide the streamlined visa processes, access to social services here. There are things that you cannot predict, and whenever you have got, some problem with your stomach and you need to run to a doctor, you definitely have it to be arranged. Because at the doctor's office, you most probably also will need an interpreter. Not all the doctors speak English or French, and so probably this is also one of the things that government can be a part of. So integration is definitely a shared responsibility. The second principle is the comprehensive support and flexibilities, and here we again come to the financial part. Because the financial aid and getting scholarships is also really important. The local students, of course, also need that, but if we talk about the international students, they're in a foreign country, sometimes even at the different continents, and for them, they cannot just run back home to their parents and say, well, probably some money now. No, they have to stay here in this country, finish the academic year, and therefore for them this financial aid or scholarships is really important. Maybe loans, maybe paid internships. I've noted this before. The mental health services, and here comes counseling and peer support. Once again, unfortunately, given the full-scale war, we, like lots of Ukrainians, also face the moment that whenever you are in a foreign country, you do have this gap when you need psychological support. It comes approximately in 6 months after coming, because the first time you come and you are just so in all of the processes, you are learning so many new things, something may be better than in your country, and you may be on this hard top of the mountain. But later on, in about 5-6 months, there is this huge gap when the person falls almost into depression and says, I'm so far, I'm alone, no one needs me. And at this moment, it is really important that in the collaboration, all of those 3 stakeholders are working together towards providing this mental support. The flexi learning pathways, all people are different. And sometimes for somebody it is really easy to work and to have at the same time to have studies, and no one will lose. The job will get its part of the time and the university will get its part of the time. For somebody it is not the case, and if the person goes to internship, you probably need to think of making this moment, and maybe you need to take some different hours, maybe you need to track some credits. So there are many things that can be provided on an individual basis. Part-time studies, credit transfers. And the last but not the least, the cultural exchange and mutual understanding. Well, this is definitely the case. There are so many things that you get to know while talking to people from other countries. And whenever you get this opportunity, and I hope that this day when we will have international students in the university are really close, but whenever you get it, don't hesitate. Come and start this interaction, because the first time I've learned that Islam means peace was from an international students from Arabic countries. And they were explaining to everyone that story for those radical people who are showing that Muslim are those crazy people trying to kill everybody around them or kill the Christians. No, we are for the peace, and those are the insights that you probably will not get on the general basis. Those explanations why people are doing this or that, why it is important for them, for instance. But within this cultural exchange, you definitely get more benefits. The inclusive workplaces, diverse perspectives from the business standpoint is also one of the things, because if they are getting international students to work in their offices, they will have to make this job comfortable. Thank you for the sound. Thank you. So they will definitely work on those inclusive workspaces and also on the environment in the office. And it will be more diverse, more friendly, more warm, even from the perspective and so on. And the policies encouraging social integration. Well, the government sometimes does work a lot on the social issues, but only on paying to different people with disabilities, etc. On the contrary, here comes the idea of social integration of different people from different strata coming together, working together, and finding the points in common instead of finding the points that differ. Well, right now, even between Ukrainians, we've got so many points that divide us, so many lines where we do not agree. But this standpoint, this perspective of sharing and finding points in common is actually the way that I do believe is important both for international students and for the community in general. The role of universities, as you can see, that goes onto orientation programs, language and cultural support, encouraging intercultural dialogue, facilitating student organizations and events. Well, it is actually also one of the things that in the majority of international universities you will also find those specific international students organizations where they are organize lots of events together, and generally it is also one of the things that help people to integrate at least during the first month. The business definitely needs to offer internships or different job opportunities or different types of support that they can provide to those international students, mentorship, professional development, and definitely inclusive and culturally environments. And the government can simplify the visa process. You will not believe to how many countries we do have the really complicated visa process. I had to organize several times the applications for visas for visa to Ukraine for different people from abroad. And sometimes it can be an escape game. It is not that easy, and if you are not speaking a language, it can be complicated. So the government on its side can take care of visas, residency regulations, ensure access to social services, develop policies for public-private partnerships that can also provide internships and other programs. Benefits. Well, I wrote them here on the slide, but I do not think that there is a need to stop on them once again because I have covered them already. And just generally, we all do understand that it's a shared responsibility, and it is definitely a plus for all stakeholders involved and for local students as well. And the only thing that we have got not covered would be, I've read this wonderful saying, I think it is one of the Disney directors who said that I love the principle of 4 Ps, which is passion, persistence, patience, and pizza. But someone needs to eat the pizza. So I would say for the 5 Ps, we need the people, and all the rest will come. Yes, so thank you for your attention. If you have got any questions, I'm here for you.
Can you please take into account your huge background in terms of being an exchange student in many backgrounds in different countries? Which university can you prioritize at the best in terms of orientation and why?
Fantastic question, thank you. I have never been prioritizing the universities. Probably right now, I would say that LSE, the London School of Economics, would be my top priority, but maybe it's because of it is a really fresh memory, fresh example, because I have graduated from one program that was for Ukraine this March. But generally, they are also doing a lot, particularly for the Ukrainian community within the university. And it includes not only those cultural exchanges, cultural events, etc., but also the people are included into research, which I haven't seen, for instance, in the University of Northern Iowa in the United States, where I have studied, or in other universities. Was in Riga, like in Hague. Yeah, no, I didn't see it. But it's probably related to the fact that British people are generally, they like Ukraine. We have got so many things in common. And therefore, for Ukraine, and being Ukrainian students for them, I can say that they are probably doing the most. But it may be the case that, it's just the fact that right now we're also on the agenda, and maybe it wasn't the case, 5 years ago. So right now I would prioritize the London being the first and the UNI, University of Northern Iowa, being the second. But who knows, maybe in a few years, the National University of Water and Environmental Engineering is going to be the top.
Thank you. More questions, please? No?
Can I ask maybe and share my ideas? So I completely agree with all your conclusions. But I think no problem with universities. We understand what you are talking about. We agree with it. We are trying to do what you mentioned. It's more or less easy with business. They are not ready to accept students, language barrier and so on, but the main issue is legislation. International students are not allowed to work in Ukraine. Cool. That's all. Yeah. You are not allowed. So I'm working with international students almost 20 years, and all the 20 years we are discussing the possibility to work with foreign students. But until now it's not allowed. And representatives of international states and international education, they are also working with government to allow foreign students to work part-time, no problem. And the third stakeholder is the state government and so on and so on. Visa is only one issue. You can easily solve problem with visa, but so it's not.
Well, it depends on the country.
Yeah, it depends.
I had an issue with Chinese people. They didn't get a visa despite the fact that we have provided all facilitation.
So it's not about facilitation, unfortunately, sometimes. But after coming to Ukraine, you have problem with migration, you have problem with like permission to work, you have problem. And my conclusion that, and Anna mentioned yesterday, that it's to foreign university, it's easy to apply, but difficult to study. In Ukraine, it's comparatively easy to study, but application procedure is something crazy. You can imagine that now for international students to apply to Ukrainian university have to have partner organization in the country of origin of foreign students. Doesn't matter where is the foreign student. Nigeria in Europe, we need partner organization in Nigeria, not in Europe. That partner organization should
Have the office.
no problem with office, with computer, but equipment that подавляет мобильный зв'язок.
Jamming.
For academic integrity reasons. Sorry, but is it legal in Ukraine? So sorry, but the same demands, and so on and so on and so on and so on. My question is, it was comment, sorry for long comment.
No, it's great. I love
My
it.
question is, do you communicate to another like regional? You are from Rivne.
Yes, I'm from Rivne. Yes.
From Rivne, what the name of authority?
Well, the Rivne Regional State Administration.
State administration. Do you have such communication between state administrations, maybe with central bodies, central government? Because the problem, we can say that in Ukraine, the best education, the university with huge experience. From Soviet time, everyone knows about our level of education, but if you start from corruption when you're applying for visa, then why should we be wonder that students coming and say, whom should I pay for good one? So it's normal, because from the very beginning they are required to pay something. And do you have such communication at the state level?
Well, generally, I would stress once again that I do have lots of communication with other administrations and also with central government, but just in most cases it goes with the cross-border cooperation. So it is not the international students, because I think that the Department for Education should be responsible for that. We are responsible for European integration and international cooperation, and so we are, working in this regard. But have you ever created any petition in this, on this issue? Have you tried?
Not from simple university, from university associations. Like resume after the forums for international students issues. It was and the representatives of that bodies, they are present on that forums. So.
Well, I do believe that lots of things work on the personal contacts generally in Ukraine. And yes, I agree that in terms of corruption and everything, it is completely unacceptable. Just definitely. Well, and I cannot, from my standpoint, I cannot say that we also have got this fantastic level of education. It is easy to study, as you noticed. And for some reason, for instance, while studying in the United States of America, I have never thought of cheating. Well, I didn't need it here in Ukraine because I loved to study, generally. But I've seen lots of people cheating. In the United States of America, I would never do that. You know why? Because you will get an F. There are several cameras. And if they see that you have got anything, down there, reading something, etc., you will get an F. An F means that you do not have the right to pass this exam once again. And you don't care. Let it be a C. Well, let it be whatsoever, but not this, So these are one of the things, the integrity that we definitely need to work on. But I can give a promise that I've got a group where I've studied with several ministers or deputy ministers that are right now working in Ukraine. Well, not the one from education, but the Minister of Culture, well, the Deputy Minister of Culture, Infrastructure. At least they can talk about this problem to the Prime Minister. So it's not that it can probably solve the problem right now, but I think that we will have to solve many of these problems in the upcoming years, because let's be honest, well, some of the things that I deal with not directly is migration, because we monitor the situation. We will have to make everything for the foreigners to work in Ukraine. Well, otherwise, we will not have the level of economic development that will allow us to go forward in the path that we need. So, at some point, for the international students, this will be the case in a few years. So, even if we are not talking about it right now, I think that in the upcoming years, this is definitely going to be solved. Well, I'm not planning to go on the top positions to start solving it myself, but at least I promise you that I will write about it and I will raise this issue. Thank you for your comment.
I'll give you a small present from Europe.
This is one of the lectures that have been always practical. Always practical.
Thank you, thank you. And we finished our second part for the day, and we have a lunch now, and it's 2:30, we continue.
Okay.
Thank you. See you. Bye for now.
Галин, а передвигаються слайди?
Так, рухається. А ну-ка нажми далі, чи йде?
А зараз я хочу ще відео подивитися, якщо... Так.
Да, ну так, зараз. О, відео
Іде,
теж
да?
включилося, так,
О,
так.
супер. А
Ну,
то
все йде. Ну, бо вчора
завжди
щось
так.
завісло, так воно ну, нормально.
Ага. Добре, дякую. Все тоді.
Все,
Гарно.
давай.
Ви з дому, да?
Да, з дому, ну,
Угу.
нормально.
Як взагалі почуваєтесь?
Ну як, я почуваюся нормально, аби нога тільки. Так все
Ну,
буде добре.
ще в гіпсі?
Ще поки що в гіпсі, да. Да.
Угу.
Ну нічого. Я бачу, що там прийшла вже на наступну зустріч, да, в Дордрахті.
Ага. Так, так, так.
Да, така фінальна крапочка.
Так. Добре.
Ну, все, тоді, да.
Угу.
Смачного.
Да.
Да.
Так, ага. Ага, все.
I invite to take the floor Lydia Shevchenko, Head of International Students Office, Mariupol State University. Presentation: Strategic Advances, Administrative Web and Educational Outcomes of the INTERADIS projects and MSAU. Please, the floor is yours.
Hello everyone, I will share my screen now. Today I'd like to present you materials of Mariupol State University on the topics strategic advances, administrative web and educational outcomes of the INTERADIS project at Mariupol State University. It's impossible to make any changes and improvements without starting from the beginning, from modernization of administrative procedures. These procedures are regulated by basic orders, laws, science of the university, and first of all, after graduation in 2022, we fully updated and modernized our strategic plan for 2021-2025 according to current environment. And we started from reviewing educational programs, building new partnership programs, holding available resources, training, development of internationalization and digitalization plans, and changes in our structure. For example, former international relations office was transformed to the Center for International Education with two separate departments. One of them is International Students Office, and the second is Office of International Mobility and Project Activity. We did this transformation for getting more results in these spheres. If we will talk about rebranding, so we thought about our identity, our mission after graduation, and how can we help our Mariupol and the next region community now and in the future. And we tried to transform our, and we did it. We transformed our philosophy, our mission, and now we position ourselves as a university with orientation to the needs of community. Besides, we changed our company logo. We defined corporate colors and fonts to be more known with other universities. Also, we launched a shop with merged products and started campus renovation in branding colors. Now you will see a small video about our rebranding. And as I already told, we developed and improved two new strategies, internationalization and digitalization strategies. And one of our strategic goal in internationalization strategy is creation of internationalized academic environment. Besides, we didn't forget about English language skills improvement. Our programs are taught in Ukrainian language, as I told before in previous meetings, but with step-by-step on the way of English education programs and production. So in 2021, we approved conception of English language development. Then the next document was regulations on the teaching academic disciplines in English language. And this year we developed a program for improving the level of foreign language competencies, master English Museum. Parallelly, during these last 2 years, we implemented English language courses for our staff, and we had more than 75 participants. And at last, but not least, we launched a platform English for Ukraine with the help of our international partners. And this platform is open for all academic community, all Ukrainian community, and we invite all of you to join this platform and use it to improve your English. It contains more than 50 different courses, and I think you will find what you need. If some of you or your colleagues is really interested in this, please contact our university. You can find all information on our website, and you will get access also to these materials. Under the digitalization strategy, we updated our website. We started electronic document management guide. Also, we created a system for efficient admission complete, plus digital and distance application process. Now we are finishing our application, which will be very useful for our teaching staff, academic staff, and for our students and for international students also. So here on this slide we see how the appearance of our old version of our website, and now this is the main page of our site. So it's also in all like branding colors, graphics, and we have I will show now also a small presentation to be very digitalized, and I'd like to share all our results. So please see one video. So at this site, we created a special chapter for international students and posted useful materials, their reviews, news about international students, tell you the truth that our old version we didn't have so much information for them, just some main points of the admission process, but now we try to write prepare for them with more context as possible and show their life in our university. Next, for workshops on intercultural competencies, we should mention our participation in such webinars of our international partners. Surely we conducted and trained ourselves for our staff and students. in general, in all this digitalization process, first of all, we started our orientation to Ukrainian students mostly, because like now it's not so. Sometimes students it's quite difficult, like hear about such platforms in Ukraine that use, but step by step, I think they have quite positive reviews. So in general, they will also receive such messages like creation of one application as we are working on it. Just like they will use not only some on computer, but in their mobiles where they can find timetable and some additional information, some notes for their teachers. So this is there. We're trying to realize their wish. And just to add that as I was told, have some weak point. It's like only programs to Ukraine, but told when trying to in this process and step by step to prepare our staff in some couple of years, because after education we didn't have much maybe time and attention to open this course in English, because we had some to do in other things, just to prepare in our space, our campus for our students mostly, yes, first of all. And then I think maybe in 2 years we will have an English programs.
Thank you. Please, more questions? Thank you for your presentation. And we have a few minutes till our next participants join us. That's why we should maybe wait. Somebody have a question? While we wait, maybe I ask Lydia Shevchenko if you could hear us, Lydia. Okay. What is your best impression and results of the project INTERADIS? What you learned personally from this project?
My question, right?
Yeah.
For me, as I was told initially in our previous meeting, the most important is the sharing of experience and like taking the next connection between other universities. Ukrainian course mostly before the war, we had like a competition between each other, yes, who will be the best, who will have the most quantity of students. Who will prepare something new, but now the what changes our lives, our educational process, our universities, our minds, and I like that we are working all together. We try to help to communicate even not only due to some not in the only maybe in working process, but also like in our personal life. And that's why, as I already told, it's very important not to lose this connection. And after our university, our project finished, so that's why I thought also that we need maybe create some corporate group for others for exchanging information about our conferences, about our events for international students and international to help each other to improve our results.
Thank you for answering. Okay, then we have to wait up to 8 minutes. Yes, to connect our guests from Newcastle.
Yes, they have to wait a couple of minutes for our partner Erasmus University as they have to switch off from another conference, so we will be at least 2 minutes before 3 p.m. It was planned during the schedule, so we need to wait for a couple of minutes.
Hello.
Yes, hello, dear Dimitra. Glad you have already joined us. So yes, actually we are ready to just to listen to you and to listen to your presentation. So thank you. Thank you.
We started a few minutes early to make sure that the sound and everything is working fine. So can you just check if everybody able to hear me okay? Yes, great, good. So I will share our presentation and then we can get started straight away. Is that on the screen for you? Can you see everything? Great, thank you. So let's get started then and introduce ourselves first. And a little bit about what we do at Newcastle University. So my name is Rivne. I'm the head of global opportunities. And that is one of the sub-teams that we have in our international office. It is the international office set up with teams that look after international student recruitment, after international relations and partnerships, and then we have my team, the global opportunities team. So we are looking at the student exchanges, incoming and outgoing semester year exchanges, and also short opportunities for our students to go abroad. And over to my colleague to introduce herself. Hi everyone, yeah, my name is Kat, and I am a student life unit, a separate team from Tunisia. I'm a student experience project manager, and within our team, we work on a host of student experience projects covering many things, both expected and unexpected. So I'll be talking a little bit more about the work that we do in the international student experience later. So, bear with me while I'm trying to figure out how to change the slide. It's not working. There. So, just a quick overview to what we want to talk about in this session. I am going to talk a little bit about our global strategy, and also in this context about our international mobility strategy, and share a few key points of our work. We also want to share our approach to creating an inclusive offer of global opportunities, which we have done in the past 2 years at Newcastle University, and Kat will then give an overview of our global education experience program and present some of the projects within in a bit more detail. First of all, I want to say a few words about Newcastle, just to set it in the context of what our city looks like, how big it is, and how the university sits within that. So this is an aerial picture of Newcastle University. I selected this, of Newcastle. I selected this because it demonstrates quite well, I think, that it is a large city, but also at the same time a very compact city. So we have about 300,000 people living in Newcastle, and within this, very centrally located, we have 2 large universities. So our university, of course, Newcastle University, and also in the city located, we have Rivne University. So that's in a city of 300,000 people, of course, creates a very vibrant city, very lively, and students, our international students as well as our home students, really contribute to the buzz and the vibrant makeup of our city life. It's a city that you can easily walk in, that also means that students don't necessarily have issues getting around. They can walk from most of the accommodation to the university and also access everything in the city very easily. We also have an international airport located just outside the city, which we also use as a selling point, of course, also for international students. It's just a 15-minute drive away from the city centre, so I think that all contributes to having a quite interesting city for students to come to. As a university, we are quite proud that we have high rent in the world, in the QS World Rankings to 2024, we were in the 10th position. We have around 29,000 students overall, and they come from over 140 countries, so there's a big spread of nationalities in there. We have over 250,000 graduates worldwide, which can then also act as our ambassadors abroad. And we are also located not just in Newcastle, but we also have campuses in Malaysia, in Singapore. In Malaysia, we're mainly focusing on delivering courses in medicine and biomedicine, and in Singapore, we're working with the Singapore Institute of Technology and delivering engineering courses. So I think this adds really wide to our perception of ourselves that we are and want to be truly global. We're also founding the Russell Group. The Russell Group is an association of 24 research-intensive universities in the UK, and we're part of that. So we have very, very strong research around part of our offer at Newcastle University. And also committed to equality, diversity, and inclusion in everything that we do, and that also links into the inclusive offer we have created for mobility. This is also to give you a little bit of an understanding of how the university is set up. We have three faculties: the humanities and social sciences, medical sciences faculty, and faculty of science, agriculture, and engineering. So a broad spectrum there of courses being offered across all subject areas and degree programs. As a slide with a few figures, because I think that's quite interesting to look at how our student population is set up. You can see that in 23-24 we actually had a total of just over 20,000 students. And this is our Newcastle campus that excludes the campuses in Singapore and Malaysia. And we do have a large proportion of international students in both undergraduate and postgraduate degree programs, high numbers, but of course we're having a much smaller postgraduate population overall. It is quite a significant proportion of our postgraduate student population is international. On the undergraduate side, this number of international students does actually only cover the number of full degree students who are here for the full length of 3 or 4 years, depending on the length of the program. And on top of this, we have our undergraduate exchange students. So if you look at a typical year, we will have around another 400 students who are coming from across the world and are doing a semester or a full year at Newcastle University, taking this level also much closer to 3,000 students overall with an international background. And that is hugely important for our university, as the international student numbers on the undergraduate side are not as high proportionally. Having those traditional exchange students on campus really adds to that diversity in the classroom. So let's do a little bit of our mobility journey, let's call it a little journey, where we started to get to that place of more diversity and more incoming and outgoing opportunities. So Newcastle University, I would say, has always had quite a large mobility program, but it wasn't very diverse. So we were part of the Erasmus program when the UK was able to participate in it, and we also had mobilities with non-EU countries, but that was basically it. We had non-EU exchanges, semester full year, Erasmus exchanges, semester or full year, and that was both on the incoming and outgoing side. So we did have those large numbers already. We did feel that it was excluding students. For example, students who could not necessarily afford to go abroad for a full year or even a semester. And when we really down into our numbers, we also realized that students were not necessarily able to go abroad if they were studying a subject that did not have a good offer of mobility. So of course our languages, degrees are very very successful with a mandatory year abroad to send every single student almost abroad. And then on the other side of the spectrum, we had subject areas that we have no mobility abroad, and we didn't think that was really sending the right picture of a global university. So we did create an international mobility strategic plan and an implementation plan. The aim was really to diversify our offer. We made sure that it linked up to not just our global strategy, but also to our education strategy, because at the end of the day, sending students abroad is part of our educational offer, and we wanted to make this clear to everybody in the university that it should be a priority. We created a governance structure. We now have a student mobility subcommittee that's directly reporting into other important committees like the University Global Committee and the University Education Committee, again to show that it is important to have international experiences for our students. And we did join a university-wide campaign to double the number of students going abroad. We already had very, very good numbers when we started. The UK traditionally does not send that many students abroad overall. The campaign, the national campaign, wanted to get from 6% undergraduate mobility to 12%. We actually already had 12%, but we said that's not good enough. Let's be ambitious and let's double this to 25%. And then we created an inclusive offer. We added additional years, international study year to new programs that did not have a mobility opportunity. We made those programs 4-year long, whether it be 3-year long. We keep having the semester exchanges. We added shorter opportunities, sending students abroad over the summer. We went from 0 students in the past in summer mobility to 20 students in the first year, 120 in the second year, and the third year just passed this summer with 275. And we are able to really reach our students from a wide participation background for normally underrepresented mobility. And we have good opportunities as well, so we include spectrum, and we provide financial support. That is with the UK sharing scheme possible, and also with funds from the university. And this is how it looks like now. I think this is where we are quite proud of what we have achieved in the last few years, and moving from those very distinct two bubbles of mobility to a much more diverse picture of opportunities and all things that have to work around that governance, policies, processes, data systems, etc. We'll not go into detail on those, but just to give you an idea of the journey that we've been through. One important aspect of our international mobility strategy is, of course, to have partners worldwide, and we're very, very pleased to have partners at the National University of Water and Environmental Engineering. It's been really productive, fruitful cooperation, and has had so many benefits already on both sides. And we really look forward to continue for many years on that as well. So we did introduce very early on some initiatives that are still running. We have great research collaboration happening in the field of engineering and water engineering, and hope to expand on that in the future. There's a nice photo of the summer school that Alina and Natalia attended on our photo there, where we actually, I think it was the first time we were able to meet in person. So that was a lovely opportunity to meet. We also have online English language learning opportunities that's delivered through our language research resource center. 145 students have already participated in online English language classes and camps as well. And we have an exchange program. At the moment, 20 students have participated in the CAD a few weeks ago. Welcome to new students when our semester started in September. And there's a little photo of a gift that we received as well from students who participate in the exchange. And I believe had a really good time. There are a few talks, I'm not going to read them out, but I think they show, if you have time to look at the screen, they show what we obviously all want to achieve by having international students, having international exchange opportunities as well for our students, give them the opportunity to have see things from a different perspective, with a different country, and really take that learning and development back at the end of the exchange. And a few words now of refresh. I've talked you through our journey of mobility and the strategic plan that we developed and implemented. And we did achieve almost everything, I think, that we set out to do, although we were interrupted by the pandemic. But we still got to a point where we think it's time to do a refresh. We've been doing this over the last 12 to 18 months and actually have finalized our new goals and new aims. The idea was to bring back the joy and inspiration around being a global university. We reminded our colleagues and students what it is about, and also have a bit of new initiatives in there to show how seriously the university is taking its global presence and global identity to really have an expression of this internally and externally, to communicate better as well. And the aim was also to make sure it still all aligns with our university values. We have our inspirational values of excellence, creativity, and impact. And then also our core values of equality, diversity, and inclusion, social and environmental justice, and academic freedom. We really wanted to see how that all fits in and is supported by the global strategy. Then at the bottom of this graphic, you see of course the university, our main work is around education, we teach students, research, but then we do have our engagement play strategy. We want to make a difference where we are and where we are in the world. And the global strategy is really spanning around this, and we really want to ensure that everything we do as an institution takes a global element into account as well. And this is our refresh global strategy. And again, I'm not going to talk through all the individual items, but just to point out a few that are quite important in the context of this session. At the top left, so the yellow boxes are part of the global strategy that align to the educational experience category that we have identified as an important one to further develop and support and drive forward. And international student recruitment remains one of our priorities there for a variety of reasons, but also one main objective is to diversify our global student community. And the international student experience that I'm going to talk about in a moment is also being identified as a key priority. The Global Education Experience Program is really something we need to prioritize and further expand and ensure that if we grow on international student numbers, the all support that they need is also increased at the same time. And also combining hugely important items like global experience for all, global student mobility. We do not just want to have this incoming and outgoing physical exchange, but we also want to make sure that any activity we have on campus has global twist to it. It shouldn't be something that we have to put effort in. At the end of the strategy, we should not really have to put effort in thinking global. We should just be doing it. Everything we do should be done with a global mindset. And I think this is my last slide. I'm going to hand over to my colleague. Let me global strategy that we've been developing at Newcastle University, and you've seen that obviously one of the objectives is international student recruitment, diversifying our international student population, and also having the best experience for international students possible. I will tell you a little bit about sort of where that comes into my work in my unit. So as a student life unit with regard to student success. And within the student life unit, we look after all things student experience. Obviously, international student experience does fall within that, but this is our strategic, these are our strategic objectives when it comes to our work in student life. They fall into the categories of welcome, belong, thrive, and connect. So we want to have a smooth and equitable transition, inclusive experience for all students. We want to make sure that when students embark on their education journey, that they are starting from a level playing field. When it comes to welcoming international students, that is provided through our international welcome program events, where we give international students all of the practical information that they need to start living in the UK. Things like what kind of grocery stores are there, how do you set a bank account, making sure that when their studies begin, they feel ready to take on their academic workload. And then we have belong. Belonging is very much something that's being looked at and prioritized in the UK higher education sector at the moment. Sense of belonging is really indicative of student success, both academically but also socially, personally at university. So we try to make sure that we consider belonging and how we can make students feel like they belong as part of our Newcastle University community. And that also encourages engagement throughout their time here. Of course, if you feel invested in a place, like you belong there, you're more likely to engage with the opportunities that are offered to you. And when it comes to thriving, as we just mentioned, we celebrate diversity, we address barriers that students may face, and we support students to thrive during their studies at Newcastle. And finally, connect, which is collaborating with students, our student union and colleagues to showcase the diverse community and experiences. So where does the international students experience fit into this? Well, next item check. We have our Global Education Experience Program, which is a program of work. So why did we decide that this was necessary? Well, we wanted to improve the international student experience overall, but also plan for the future. As Lisa said, we're hoping to increase our international student members. We want to make sure that we're ready to offer them the experience, the best experience possible as the numbers increase. So that then, obviously, they have the best experience possible and their academics will be successful as well during their time in Newcastle. So what does this program cover? It covers really everything, every touch point that during the international student journey, from pre-entry information to when they get here, welcome, introduction program. We've had several different working groups coming together looking at the international student journey and where some of the pain points might be along that journey and how we can help address those. It includes academic language skills. So obviously some of our international students are coming speaking English consistently for the first time potentially in their lives, having that transition to academic English, but also adjusting to the UK higher education system, which is different from other higher education systems around the world, making sure they're student academically, and then also, as I mentioned, work around belonging and really embedded a global mindset into everything, into the curriculum and into the university community. And this also isn't just focused on the students who are coming here, but also on our staff and developing our staff to make sure that we are prepared and empowered to support international students as best as possible. So what is it exactly? It's very abstract so far, but it's a pilot program of work to improve our overall international student experience by bringing together projects, good work that's happening across the university under sort of one umbrella. To make projects more visible and also share good practice related to education work. A lot of feedback that we got when we sort of did a tour of our different academic schools was that People knew that good work was happening in the university, but they didn't know exactly what, or where it was based, who was leading on it, and there was a lot of sort of anxiety around, well, I don't really want to start a project on this, it's already happening elsewhere, surely someone must be looking at this, so I'm not sure what I should do about it. So this program has really raised the visibility of some of these projects. It's also helped us join up the dots. So if there are two, for example, academics in different schools who may not usually interact and are interested in doing something together, this program can help bring them together. But also identifying and addressing tasks. So we know that all this great work is happening, but then what isn't happening yet, and then what do we plan to do about it. With the whole goal of the program work to create this supportive and welcoming environment for international students, also to really embed this sense of global being a part of our university. And that's to me just not something that we think about doing, it's just something that permeates everything that we do. That's my slide. So these are all the projects that currently fall under the umbrella of the Global Education Experience Program. As you can see, they run a whole range of student experience, but also student staff. So we have a research project going on in our Faculty of Medical Sciences about international student support and how it evolves, for example, throughout the time of university. We have culture on campus initiatives, so how can we bring raise the visibility of global cultures on campus. We have series of workshops that have been developed within our language, within our research center, talking about cultural differences and helping students unpack that, especially as they have made adjustments to living in the UK. We have, of course, internationalization at home, so what do we do to make Newcastle's environment and community more global, including things like food on campus, how can we represent the cultures of the world through different food, how can we make international students coming to our campus feel more welcome because they see themselves represented in the food that we have available, things about managing well-being when you move to a different country, things like English language support and staff training. So I'll go into a couple of these in more depth. So the first one I wanted to talk about is the English language support project. So it involves collaboration across from colleagues, from academics, international students, academic services, including library services, into which is one of our partners for English language development, our research center, student services, and international office. So this is one of our sort of classic projects because it involves so much collaboration across university services. The key aim of it is to take a holistic approach to developing resources for both colleagues and students, and supporting students in developing their English language skills. So what this project has achieved so far is, for example, assessing what our current provision is, what all resources are available to students, how do students access them, but also how they interact with each other and how can they cross-promoted to really help support each other. So, for example, are students really just being told to go to a certain unit, to a certain team for this, when really they could be directed to several different places for support and how those different methods of support actually work together most effectively. And again, also doing some research into how students engage with the English language support that is available. So what makes them go, what makes them not go, what are the barriers to engaging most fully with this support, raise awareness, of course. So we had a lot of feedback from colleagues across campus saying, oh, I'm not entirely sure what is available out there for these students that need this support. So there's been a campaign to raise awareness about what different methods of support are available. And then also support for academic colleagues as well. So what to do when you, for example, encounter a student who feel like they need additional support. How do you approach that? How do you in your classroom while teaching for the students who need a little bit more support in this area. And actually related to the English language support project, our colleagues in our learning and teaching development service actually developed a course on campus, which is our digital learning environment, called Understanding and Supporting International Students. So the model was developed to support staff members who, particularly in the teaching space, but also all staff members who interact with international students. And it explores a range of topics that give people the opportunity to sort of consider and reflect on what their work is, how do they interact with international students, is there anything that they can look at to change, potentially, because it's not just the students who are coming into the big adjustments to like the UK, but it's also us as recipients of these students that we need to look at what it is we're doing and how do we need to potentially change that to support students in the best way. So some of the things that are covered in this training course, which is fantastic, not only covers sort of the general context of international students in the UK, but also what are some of their individual experiences. A lot of students actually fed into this course. Talking about their experiences studying at Newcastle and how they found things different, what things they found difficult or areas they encountered, to really give that student voice as well to the information in the course. And also information about how, for example, international students from different places, from different contexts, may engage with teaching and in classroom studying differently, and how you might be able to adjust sort of how you deliver your teaching so that you're including these students as much as possible. So a lot of really valuable information is covered in this course, again, to help prepare staff for having a larger, more diverse international student population and making sure that we're really reflecting on what it is that we're offering and whether it can be adjusted in ways to support our students better. And then of course, it's not just academics that's involved with studying internationally, there's also the social, emotional side of it as well, wanting to engage with the community and make friends. And so one of our academics actually in our school of psychology developed an online course with the British Council called Managing Your Wellbeing when Studying in the UK. And it covers a lot of really important information. One of the most important things is what does it mean when we talk about well-being? I think is one of the major challenges when for international students moving abroad. Things may be called something slightly different, and understanding sort of what the general attitudes are as well to well-being and mental health may be different. And so it's really setting that context for students. This is what we mean when we talk about well-being. This is why it's important to really protect it. These are the things that you really need to be doing during your studies for things like extra stress and work, studying life balance as well. So it's a really great module that helps represent that holistic approach that we really take into international student experience where, yes, the academics are very, very important, but there is also that social and emotional side where we really want to support. And then also there have been various other initiatives that sort of fall under our local campus concept within this program of work. So how can we make our campus feel more global so that students who come to us feel represented on campus, whether that's through food, as I mentioned. We did actually have a food market on campus with some in-state cuisines represented, again, so that students can see themselves out in the food offered on campus. We've also had portrait exhibition displayed on campus of international students in Newcastle, particularly in the places that make them feel most at home in Newcastle. Again, so the new international students who come ideally with that oh, these are these students like me, they've gone through things like me, these are the places that have had a lot of them. Maybe they're similar to theirs, maybe they're different. as Dimitri mentioned, increased opportunities to have an international experience without needing to travel abroad, so having some more internationalization opportunities on campus without the need for traveling, and also the global badge, which I'll hand over to Kim to talk about. So, global badge. It's something that we developed in collaboration with our learning and teaching development services, also with help from colleagues in education and life science, because we did want something for students to be able to really use, demonstrate that they have gained valuable experience through an international experience, and also in particular something that they could use for their CVs and for their careers and purposes. So the Global Badge is a digital badge that our students can earn, and they can use a variety of activities for that. So then one important factor of this is that they don't have to be having people abroad physically to earn a badge. So we do first ask them to do an online course. It is not very time intensive. It takes about 2 to 3 hours to do the online course. Online modules also available on Canvas and the platform that Canvas mentioned already. And in that course, there are topics around identity, culture, language and multilingualism, intercultural encounters, intercultural communication, and also how they will be able to use their badge to help them with their career and they apply for jobs in the future. The second part of the Global Badge is that students have to take part in activities and events that can support their development of global cultural awareness, and then this piece comes in where they don't have to be having people abroad for this. Of course, if they have been abroad, if they have been on an exchange or a summer school, they can use that, but they can also do activities on campus or in the city. And of course, our international students coming here also use their international experience to earn a badge. So other things that students can do without just having, without having to go abroad is to, for example, volunteer to help us at our international welcome events, or they can volunteer to be a study abroad buddy, somebody who helps international exchange study abroad students to settle in and carry out activities, social activities with those international students. They can attend extracurricular language classes or social exchange, so there's a variety of activities that count towards the Global Badge. And then as a final step, they need to write a reflective piece around 5 to 700 words about how their experiences have supported the development of global and cultural awareness. And I think this is, for us, it was something to tie things together. We give all our students those opportunities, and we really want them to also be able to talk about it, to reflect on it, also use it for the future career. This is also, alongside all the other reasons why we do it, we also strongly believe that our students come out with better career opportunities if they have global mindset and we can help them develop into global citizens. And this is the end of our slides, I think. I don't know where I will be.
Okay, dear Linda and dear Catherine, thank you so much for your presentation. First of all, let us say that it really works. The international experience the students can get, and from our side, I can say that the students were very first support of the experience in Newcastle University. They became very active, and now they are the members of the group we have implemented for the university. So I'm very proud. With really was. And these fields language courses, they also give our students self-confidence, and they become more open to international students because this field can communicate with them. So yes, it works. And maybe our colleagues have questions.
Great having to hear that it's working so well.
Dear participants, do you have any questions? Or do you have? No questions. Thank you very much for your presentation.
So I guess all of the time, that's what the colleague did. So thank you so much. It was much friendly. And it was so nice to meet you online, please.
Thank you very much for inviting us to do that presentation. Thank you very much.
That's all for today. And next at 5 p.m. we meet near the Rivne Oblast Library, Rivne Oblastna Biblioteka, and have a Rivne City tour. You have geolocation in your Telegram group. Okay? Thank you. Дякую всім. До завтра. Побачення.